We are live at Sawfest. Hope y'all tune in. It is a big event this year. Had some technical difficulties, but we are going live now. So for the rest of the day, we should be live. Hope you enjoy it. I got to figure out how to.
Going live?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how to. Here we go. There we go. Yes, sir. Try to get it all, but what's your last name? Oh yeah, how are you, man? Awesome, good to see you, buddy. Do what? How's the what? Pretty good. Pretty good. I can't complain. Yeah, it's doing great, man. I'm surprised too, bud. Yeah. Getting ready to compete. So yeah, you don't have to worry your shorts.
All right, do we have all 4 competitors ready? All right, timers are ready? Competitors ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah. Yes, sir. He's got some nice stuff. Yeah, he's over running on that dyno over there. Sorry, man. Yeah, I'm getting ready to go up here, but I'll talk to you, buddy. Upgraded what? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they do have that on there. I have to trust me. They advertise it. It's on there.
Anything else updated right now?
Yeah, there's like a tiny cylinder and coil. Everything is upgraded. Yeah, the crankshaft, everything, piston. Yes, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I think it did Taiwan bearing.
Yeah, which is
The bearing
apparently better.
if you can do a bunch of damage and keep it on, they're not blowing away.
Yeah.
Come on, Chad, it'll go!
Yeah, sorry, man. Catch up to me later, buddy. It's all chat.
Axe on top.
I got one that runs out there.
Flip it over. Come on. Flip it over. Send it. Send it.
And done. Good job. Good job. We should have 2 more teams to finish up on the barrel split. Don't forget 50-50 over the raffle. Raffle here shortly.
Yeah, I went to I tried to see what he had. That's it.
Cut it down. Hey, John, get him pointers. Hold on that. That's nice.
Alright, these should be the last 2 teams for the barrel split. Alright, are you the teams ready? Doug, you polishing your axe or what? Alright. Do we have timer ready? Contestants are ready? 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we're gonna do our first raffle. So if you did buy some raffle tickets, we're gonna raffle off the wireless headphone set. So get your tickets out here.
Come on, Ethan, let's go.
Ticket number is 261129. 261129 for the wireless headphones. If that is your ticket number, it's a red ticket. Come up and see me and claim your prize. Again, 261129. It's a red ticket. We have a winner. All right, let's do another raffle. Portable Bluetooth speaker, red ticket. 261175. 175 on the red ticket. Red ticket. 261175. Bluetooth speaker. All right, still red ticket. 261042. 042. So far for the red ticket, we have 175 and 042. A new one to the list. 261095. Alright, this will be for a chain. Red tickets again, 261147. And 261096. And 261078.
How's that practice?
A lot bigger wood. A lot bigger, straighter wood. Alright.
So string. Wood string. And not straight. I had a couple knots. Oh well. Yeah, probably.
There's no way that fit through there. There's no way that fits through. Encourage.
Alright, another raffle. 261113.
Yeah. Not probably together at all.
No, no.
113. The last one was 113.
Yeah.
Next one is 179. 179. Zero, 7, 7. Everyone in the 70cc class, start getting your soles ready. It will be alphabetical again, so if you start with an A or B, you're probably up first. Oh, 7, 7. We got a winner.
Guys, not gonna be talking much.
One, 7, 9, 1, 8, 0, 0, 7, 17133. 181. I'm sorry, not 180. First up in the 70cc class will be Al Smith, Eric Webb.
That's Grant. He was hitting it. I should have grabbed it myself. Stuff I had here was for big stuff, you know, like power through. So,
Winner of the barrel split
not me.
was, oh, it was really close. Bodie and Grant with a 4.51. And in second was Garrett Baker and Gregory with a 4.52.
Wow.
In third place was 4.53 with Brennan and Smitty.
Jeez.
So close.
You got our
So,
ass handed to him.
Okay, for the competitors, now that we're at the 70cc, now that we're in the 70cc class, the wood is getting a little bit bigger. I think we're looking at 15.5 to 16-inch rounds here. 2 cuts in 4 inches. So you only have to make, if you want to make 2 down cuts, that's fine, but a down, 2 cuts within that 4-inch line. Starting with the next class, we'll start to lower the bunk a little bit so they won't be quite as high, but the wood will start getting larger. Once we get to the 90 class, you'll be making 2 separate cuts on the same bunk, so we'll sort that out when we get there. But for this one, it's 2 cuts within the 4 inches. Okay, if you have any questions, just let me know, or if there's an issue, please let me know.
Next up, we'll have Brendan, on stand 1, Smitty on stand 3. Okay, I lied. Bodie, stand 1, Brennan, stand 3. On deck, Smitty and Chad Wilhelm. Okay, I'm sorry. Next up will be Brian Smith and Smitty is up now. On deck is Chad Beetle and Chad Wilhelm. Chad and Chad are up next. Chad squared.
It's like, oh, I put a real aggressive chain on there.
On deck, Charles and Chase. Charles and Chase. Devin and Doug.
That's the beauty of a lot of real aggressive team. You pretty much can't dog it. I think they got longer. You've had earplugs in all day, haven't you? Yeah.
Shove me out of the way if I'm in your way.
The 90s?
Okay, no, first one. Something's on my face. I'm on deck.
Briscoe.
Next up, Devin and Doug. On deck, Ethan and Garrett.
Check my fuel.
Of course, those two will get stick together. Man, everybody's running the same.
That's what it felt like in the first round. No idea, it's just spinning, you see it? It's all started. Woo! You smoked your clutch. You're just sitting there spinning, it's so weird. How long have I stood? Damn, man.
Doug, was it 09 or 176? 6'10", right?
Morgan and Patrick, you are up. On deck, Sean and Steve. Welcome Morgan to the competition. Next up, we have Sean and Steve. On deck, TW and Gary Parker.
How slow was it? How slow? It felt really slow. Huh? Oh, I didn't pick up enough.
Alright, the last two in this event, TW and Gary Parker.
I missed the horn. You're right.
Alright, that concludes the 70cc class. A couple reminders over here where I am. I don't know if you can all see me. There is a frame over here. If everybody could sign that before they leave today. Over here there's a frame. Please sign. Also a little friendly reminder, please wear your safety glasses and your safety apparel. number 8 on the list here is 348. This is a yellow ticket. 405. Oh, it sounds like we have a winner.
Okay, Rich. Yeah.
First winner, here is your change. That's cute. While everyone is getting ready for the 80 cc's class, Al and Eric, you are up first. Surprise, surprise. I'm just going to be announcing a bunch of numbers on the red ticket. There are several winners up here. So get your red tickets out. I'm going to just keep announcing a bunch of them. 179, 122, 155, 061, 041, 181, 070, 124, 073, 156, 111, 141, 036, 155, 120, 066, 163, 119, 067, 132. All of you are winners. I'll repeat those numbers.
We'll put 4 up and see.
As many as you ran off, if you got a ticket, you probably won.
Those were all red tickets. We're going to do another chainsaw here coming up.
I'm gonna see if they got this time.
All right, a couple more unclaimed red tickets up 6 and 141. We do have a yellow ticket up here. It was number 7. It's an Oregon bar. That number is 348406. Yellow ticket. 406. Are you serious? Alright, first up in the next sequence is Al and Eric.
I can just see him over there fighting. I didn't know what. Or the rails are crooked.
All right, this will be another yellow ticket. Farmer Tech 660. I know you're all excited. You ready? 348340. 340. It sounds like we have a winner.
Back there, maybe?
Alright, next up, Estevarna, yellow ticket. 348354.
Yes!
354.
That's my ticket. I paid for it.
Winner.
Yeah. I paid for it.
his
Back to
roller
the
is
red
wider
tickets.
than the
We're
bar.
still missing a
Yes.
one,
Once you got down to the
The
roller,
rollers are only
and a new one to the
06.3.
list, 139.
he got down to
The
the
red ticket,
the roller was
139.
to the wood. You saw it
141.
flying up. It wouldn't
Red
cut.
ticket.
It just stopped.
He probably got into something in the wood. No? Did it do the same thing the second time? That's...
Never seen it before. That's why I'm wondering.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the top shouldn't matter, but it's,
I mean,
maybe it was coming off and not getting into the roller. Even though it's
Last
coming,
call for
I
50-50.
wonder if that's
You will win over $90. Last call for 50-50
somehow pop up.
is up to over $90 so far that you will win. $1 a piece for 50-50 or 6 for 5.
Yeah.
I'm over here at Chainsaw Probably hit the ground. Hit the ground.
that camera over there out of battery. I didn't bring the right chain to connect it to the external. It's done for today. From my point.
Got a whole shitload of them right there in that box.
Grant, how we doing on for the 90? Ready? All right. Sorry. Getting ahead of myself. So Al and Eric Webb, when you're ready, step on up.
Something to do with
Let me see. It's a limiter cap remover from X. I tell you what. What do we use for this?
This is Solo 681.
All right. Next up, Ben and Bodie. Welcome, Ben. This looks like it's going to be his first event for today. Ben and Bodie, you're up now. On deck, Brennan and Smitty. Good job, guys. Welcome, Ben. Next up, Brennan and Smitty. On deck, Chad Square.
You should know better.
You're fine. We'll all win around by this year.
We have Chad and Chad up now. On deck, Charles and Chase.
Nobody's down there.
We're going to do last call for the 50-50. Last call for the 50-50.
I hit it. I hit it. We're gonna put it right on it. I was like, holy crap, that doesn't work. Damn burgers right to the right. I'm gonna buy me a red crown. It's not my lucky one. I had a little bump on the all good? All good.
Looks like we have Chase and Charles up We got Christopher and Devin on deck, Doug and Ethan.
Okay. Of course I got one.
Alright, up next, Garrett Baker and Gary Bluxton on deck. Gregory and
You got me
Jack.
by a bit, didn't you? Probably. It's all right.
Yeah, I know. But it's fast.
Good?
All right, Gary Buxton, we're going to run you in this one here with Jack. Oh, I'm sorry. Gregory and Jack. Next up, we have Jared and John W. On deck will be Ken Freeman and Patrick. Alright. Next up, Ken Freeman and Patrick. On deck, Sean and Steve. We'll do the 50-50 right after this class is over.
If I do that one more time. If I do that one more time. Next up, Sean and Steve, and on deck, GW and Gary Parker.
Is what I mean. Yeah, I told him. I told Kevin. Kevin, you know the Dunlop 120 proper, not the SI. You know, is that 60cc maybe? You know, I think it is. 116. I think that might be. Might be 60.
Talking about a guy that has an extra dyno
Well, yes, it is.
or is that chainsaw? I don't think he's running at all.
Bees?
Yes.
Did you? You didn't swallow it, did you? Yeah.
If there's somebody that has the potential, we're saying
My wife said, if you ever get twisted, make sure it's on the table.
there's wild things going down.
Yeah. I was like, hey, I'll take it. That's a good idea. No pain, no gain, man. Yeah. Look like a sucker.
Alright, am I back? Oh, I'm back. Alright, next up, we do have the 90s. But now we're going to do the 50-50 drawing. You will win $145. Get your tickets out.
Okay. What's 80? Yeah, that's right.
And the winner is 0, 1, 2,
In the shape they're in.
4,
Like you.
1, 9,
I got them straight from a dealer down in Nelsonville. I go down and buy my Echo stuff.
4, 1, 9, 8.
I set them up there. I bought all we had.
Forgot. I have to see what they sold.
We have a winner.
It's on be up here.
Todd did win the 50-50. He is donating that to Sawfest.
That's not very good. That's not very good marketing strategy.
Oh, we might as well do a chainsaw lever. Thank you to John W. for donating the chainsaw that was on order. And Fartech also donated a saw that someone wanted earlier as well. So thank you both. This guy, he's very happy.
Yeah, this one runs a little better, and it's 0.3 horsepower more.
This will be a Husky
Use those, favorite those.
260
That's what I know Joe did, so I trust
266.
his. So I was just wondering if one of Joe's saws would be diamond and throw them out. See, my cart dyno guy told us that.
Chris Young donated
Dave's
this saw.
661.
You guys can throw things at Emma.
And what did
I know,
It
you run
is
that against
348
my street.
428
on Joe's dyno.
428 yellow ticket.
Dave, I'm gonna like this. With that dirt our guy,
he races
All right, let's
dirt
do
sprint
another
cars.
one.
And he says,
these two big
all
ones.
dynos are going to read different. They ain't calibrated.
This is for the whole
He says, I
life.
may tell you your motor's got
I'm not
19
sure who
horse.
donated
This
this
guy
saw.
might tell you 22 on his. This guy might tell you 17.
Need to
Oh.
alternate the big end and small end.
Dwayne Walkies.
As long as you run it again.
Big end
Hope
is
I
fine.
pronounced that right. So sorry, Dwayne. This is
And you might calibrate it.
ticket number 348 287. 287. Oh, nice. Right here in the front row.
I got them all.
Look at a set of dogs. You got that right. I go sleep. Look at that.
Thank you for all your donations. Sponsors. Food truck is here until 5.
You know, mine didn't have dogs.
Don't forget to check out the vendors.
Maybe the breakdown and maybe the crunch.
After I looked at it, I looked at parts, but I'm not rebuilding it. I sold it to a guy for $100.
90 classes coming up next. Followed by the vintage stock saw. Then you don't want to miss the clone wars.
I'm not looking forward to pulling that over. But I didn't have to eat couple.
Let's give a round of applause for our wood crew out here. They're the ones that are struggling. Yes, sir.
Maybe then.
That won't be a good sign.
7. Are you still looking for that one's still? Put it all on this side, yes. And your side. Not those.
Just to do something, just a chain build up, just a chain.
Well, I would throw out slow stuff. I usually keep them right there.
Well, that's what I thought.
Right.
Better yet, somebody else put them all out of the box.
Yeah, I didn't have that.
You know what I mean? Grab them. Favorite, just might have.
I just put
You know
them
what
on
I mean?
Right.
Figure that out. Somebody do it.
I just put them on. And
And I know you put
Turn the end of this off. One job, that's all I got. Who are you? My name is Eric with A. Hey, he has a lot of nice sauce for sale. Hey, I'm looking for a 346 or what's a Johnson? But yeah, you'll never find that for anything from a 2146.
All of the 90cc competitors, please come up for a brief meeting.
It's a 2149 or I have the 2146 or Husky.
Firewood there.
It's got a CC top end down here. You got it here? Yeah. Oh. Do you want to sell? Oh, you don't want to sell it. Well, I mean, I know everything's for sale and all that.
I don't think you need to sell.
Let me know. So Nancy, how much I sell my twin cylinder Echo for? And I'm like,
Do you care to watch the table until Dad gets back?
CC class as well as the Clone Wars, you're going to make 2 cuts. So you'll be starting on the west side of the log on the poplar. Once you make 1 cut there, you'll come over to the oak side. And make a cut on that side. When you finish the 2nd cut through the oak, that's when the time stops. We do the same thing for the Clone Wars. Starting on this side, going on that side. You'll have a 2-inch mark there. I don't think anybody's going to need the full 2 inches to make a cookie, but it's there as a guideline. Key is to make 2 cuts. No chain break rule or anything silly like that. Just keep yourself safe. I try to clear out everything, so even if you're rushing, you can have a wide open path. Same rules as before. Start on the ground, bring it up, make the 1 cut. Scurry yourself to the other side and make the 2nd. Because of the timing by video, you start on the poplar side. Some people might want to start on the other. You've got to start on the poplar and then come over here. I would recommend a 24-inch bar because that's about a 18.5-inch poplar with your dogs. You're going to have trouble reaching it with a 20. You have to still each side. You can start on either side and swing around whichever way you want. So if you want to start here and then swing over and cut like this. That's the quickest way to get there. But 1 cut on each side. Okay, everybody clear on that? We're going to run a little bit out of order because we have the wood up and it's the same method. We'll run the 90s, we'll do the Clone Wars, then we'll do the vintage, stock sold, we'll finish with the wild. Everybody okay with that? All right, let's get rolling.
Last I saw, they said it was 100 cc's. They had 100 cc's written down on this paper instead of 90 cc, you know? So I grabbed my 084 instead of my 661. Finding 100 cc saw anymore is hard.
No surprise here, but we will be starting with Al and Eric.
He's actually my dealer supplier.
Bodie, and Brennan.
I would say make sure you're a red line before you enter the hood. That's what screwed me up.
Brian Smith. Sorry? Brian Smith, are you ready?
Yeah.
Which one?
Which one? Yeah.
Are you ready? Okay, I'm gonna have you go next with Bodie.
Don't lose.
I go in here? It doesn't matter, does it? All right, right
So
here.
up now, Bodie and Brian Smith on deck. Smitty. We got Smitty and Chad Beetle up now. On deck, Wilhelm and Chase.
I don't know if that's big enough. I'll make it over here talking to you like you're
Yeah.
Sorry.
Up is the
Nice and about.
spring. Yeah, the spring's coming. Yeah, it is. Especially these big beasts.
Yeah, it's the low top.
So right now, I probably don't have to choke at the start.
We ready?
Go, Wilhelm!
Put it right on it again, bro. Yeah.
All right, Devin and Doug are up. Eric and Ethan are on deck.
At the bottom of the list.
You tell me.
This should be Devin and Doug. Devin and Doug. Eric and Ethan are on deck. Woo, those are quick times. Quick times.
Yeah, I've seen some of his YouTube videos. I think that's all it's done.
Eric and Ethan are up now. Garrett Barker and Gary Luxton are on deck.
And the factory muffler in the factory came out on top. Yeah. Okay.
You did a little
I don't trust
defense
anything
on
you
there.
say.
That's some good security.
I usually do.
I don't know why.
I've only got one. What? at the event. He does
A lot of these guys into those new teams.
You ever do though?
Let me know.
As you can tell, it doesn't look like me.
They got, right now they got, it's not being they got the 60s.
Yeah, the good ones are the 60s.
Hey Doug, you got an adjustment?
Alright, we should Garrett and Gary. Gary Buxton, not Barker.
Got it, really.
Oh yeah.
Gregory and Jack.
The one I got.
You will be up next.
Cleaned up in
Yeah, I would send that.
66. And one
And Jared and John W., you are on deck. Right now should be Gregory and Jack.
30 degrees.
Jared and John W.
Yeah, it'll be in this group, it'll be in chainsaw.
On deck, Ken and Morgan.
That's the thing about these classes.
Oh, well.
Jared and
I
John
like this guy
W.
here. More than anybody, he helped me. He helped me pull this stuff. I seriously don't care.
Ken and Morgan. On deck, Patrick and Reese.
Well, I meant, am I here or am I there?
I don't know that information.
And Reese. Up now, Patrick and Reese.
They're denying that, yeah.
On deck, Sean and Steve.
I mean, like I said, the 390 ran, I just was terrible.
Yeah.
All right, up next we have TW and then Gary Barker on deck.
I didn't know until I was done.
Yeah, Brennan on deck.
I think I flooded. There you go. That's right. Cheap fun right there. Damn. Look at the head gasket.
Did we miss anybody except for Brennan?
Brandon can build some saws, man. This is awesome. That's what he was saying.
Very nice. Did we miss anybody? We're good? Next up will be Clone Wars. Clone Wars. I think it's time for a chainsaw too.
No, you got a strong
Get
one.
your tickets out.
You got
This is donated by Chad Roadhouse.
I might have to use that to qualify on the 700. All the guts.
Alright. Ticket number 348 399. 399.
Look at that custom work right there. I'd get in there in Raffles, but I don't got any more room in my car. Joe or whatever.
Okay, this is donated by Charles and Doug Philippi.
Who? Doug Philbite? 1 inch. Phil Beck.
Whatever, I've been called worse.
Ticket number 348 429. 429. Is that you? Alright, someone already won a chainsaw, so he is letting somebody off. So we have 348 435. 435.
Bingo.
435.
What kind of chainsaw was it? It was a 038 Mag 2 clone that Briscoe poured it. Strong little saw, man. Nice. Ryan won it.
All right, everybody, we'll get. Thanks. Testing. Now we got volume. Okay, so I guess third from last event today is the Clone Wars. If you're wondering what Clone Wars means, that's we sent an email out or posted earlier in the year for everyone to make their best 661 clone. And by clone, it's a Chinese saw, so that they take in the steel steel 661 technology. It's beyond its patent date. They've reproduced the parts to make that saw. Now, 15, 20 years ago, China's saws weren't such good quality. They've come a long way since then. The two primary manufacturers are Neotech and FarmerTech. You can see many of the saws over there in the FarmerTech tent that's in the corner. Today's saw, again, is a 661 clone. The rules for this were take that saw and let's see how bad you can make it. So guys have gone in the aftermarket cylinders, done work to the part, to the cylinder, to the muffler, to try to improve them as much as they can. And you'll notice today that many of those saws will outrun a stock saw. Now, longevity of them depends on who you talk to, that's TBD, but they are a decent firewood saw for an affordable price. So what we wanted to do today was display what you can actually get out of that saw. So some people have gone to the extreme with those, and you'll hear that and see that today. We'll run it just like the 90cc class, so they'll be making two cuts. First will be on the oak log, second will be on the poplar log. For the competitors, we have to get 19 people in about 27 inches of wood, so please be reasonable with your cookies. Should be plenty of wood to make one cookie. Particularly the oak log is a little bit shorter, so you'll be starting there anyway, so hopefully you can keep it to about an inch, and we'll give you a target line for that. We won't be DQing anybody for cutting over the line, since we marked it so short. As long as you get a complete disc, you're in. Okay, so I think we have 19 competitors in this. We'll go ahead and get this kicked off. The next event after this will be the vintage stock saw. Everybody will be running the same 4 vintage stock saws in a relay. So 4 competitors, that'll be a fun event, and then we'll finish up with the wild thing. And that is sure to be a crowd pleaser after what I saw last night.
We are just finishing up some times from the last event. Starting us off on the Clone War. Oh, one at a time. Well, it looks like Eric Webb, you will be first.
It's bone stock, ain't that nothing to it. No, I'm serious. It is. Completely.
Still looking for the winner of one of the chainsaws. Ticket number 399. 399. Donated by Chad Wilhelm. Thank you, Chad.
That was like 35 seconds.
399.
Dad, that blue one all the way on the top, that has the socket.
26 seconds. In the bog. We did a bunch of them right at the same time. And the bog, he did?
It should have a number 3 on the back of your ticket.
Well, it ain't big enough for this 20-inch bar. His mirror's a 19-inch bar. Uh-oh. Somebody famous can sign the fire. Jack Grant. Can't remember.
Okay, so we've got Eric Webb up first here in the Clone Wars. Fun fact, he actually is using a saw that was just won by Jack Race in the one of the prizes that was given away today. Pulled it out of the box and he's going to let it rip. So this will give you a good idea of what a stock version of one of these clones can do. And as we have each competitor come up, we'll talk a little bit about what they did for the saw. All right, fire them up. I think we're ready. Okay, Bodie Pennington will be.
Hey, good luck getting around.
Brendan Cass is on deck.
Him, he's famous.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was a bone stock saw pulled out of the box. That time was right at 30 seconds, so 30.33. So that gives you an idea where these saws started. I have a feeling you're going to see much quicker times as we move through with some of the work that everybody's done. Now, Bodie, is there something special that you've done to your saw other than make it magnificently beautiful?
No, so there's multiple different levels. Bone stock, the only thing that I've done to it is tune it. But this is the professional farm Mac. It is made by Neotech, and it is their professional. It comes with a full wrap handle and then all the fake carbon fiber and everything. And supposedly, it's also got a ProFlow filter on it, came with it. But supposedly these were possibly cast from the original steel red light from back in like '92. And so as you'll see, it runs very well for what it was, $350.
Okay, $350 for that saw, 92 cc. It looks like you're running a steel.
Yeah, 25.
The bar and the chain might be
last night. They made me pour it.
Nice setup. All right, let's let her rip.
I didn't do too bad. I should put the
Bodie won the award there for longest cookie launch. I think he got it almost to the other side of the competitor zone. Impressive in itself. And we'll get a time on that one, at least a rough, unofficial one. 27 flat, so a few seconds quicker. We got 26.66, so that was about 3.5 seconds faster than the other one. So there may be some truth in that pro model having a little more guts. Now, Brendan Cass is up next. I'm positive he's done something to this thing. Let's hear about it. Okay, so basic gasket to lead. He's pumped up the compression. It looks like there's some work been done to the muffler, though. Perhaps. Okay, so that's another change. How about the carburetor? Okay, it's got an OEM carburetor, so now I know Brendan lies to me. This chain looks very strong. Very strong. Love that. Love the steel light bar. All right, I have a feeling this one might challenge that 27 seconds. All right,
Here's your little thing.
when timer's ready, let's fire it up. Okay, put two down on the deck, two nice cuts, very smooth operating there.
So is good.
Is Brian Hahn here? He's gone? Okay. Okay, so Chad Wilhelm. Now why you gotta do that? Okay, we've got Brian here with his MS660. Nice Tamura bar on there. It looks like an X-cut chain. Oh, it's working. Okay, it's working. Very nice, full chisel. Now what do we got here? We got a pretty hefty looking muffler.
About 5,000 square, a 101 exhaust, and I was OEM.
Okay, 5,000. Are we gonna hear the piston tap?
Way too loud for that.
All right, and muffler, according to his name, he has done a very nice muffler there. I'm sure it'll be nice and quiet. So we'll be able to check it after. I'm sure it's okay. All right, let's fire it up. Thin to win, baby. Nice thin disc there. Good cutting.
That's all matters.
Okay, Chad Wilhelm will be the next competitor. Brennan's time was 25.6 seconds, so he took the leader. So that work he did of the saw bought him another 1.4 seconds over Bodie's stock saw. We'll see how Brian's time there. Brian did take his time changing in the wood. I'm sure he was close to that. 27.78, so he definitely got some gains from that saw compared to the stock version.
Don't cut out, Chad.
Okay, next up is Chad Wilhelm. He's got a badminton birdie attached to the back of his chainsaw. Now tell me what in the world you got going on here.
It's basically, it's all soft. I mean, it's what? I don't think it's tight.
Chad, that doesn't look stock at all. I'm looking over here and I don't see any chainsaw over there that looks anything like that. Okay, stock carb. This is a velocity stack, so to improve the airflow into the carburetor and into the cylinder. How about the jug itself? Any work done inside of there? Gasket in the lead, Some transfer work. Looks like a custom Chad Wilhelm muffler. Awesome. Now, how many hours do you think you have in this saw?
Maybe 12 or 13.
12 or 13 hours in that saw. So if it doesn't beat the stock one, there's a sledgehammer nearby. I'll keep it from you, okay? All right, so your laser bar showed up today from the Farmer Tech folks. That was nice of them to hook you up with a bar. Awesome. All right, let's see what this thing does.
No pressure.
Holy shit. So that's got to be the fastest time. Wow. Wow.
Like a laser with that bar.
I'm really impressed. I think that'll outrun my 394. 19.4 seconds. So that's a 1933. So compared to those stock times, around 30 seconds. Now, Chad did operate well there. He kept the saw in the power zone, but still 30 to 19. You're looking at a 35% improvement over the stock version. That's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive work. I do math well. So roughly 3% per hour that he spent on that saw. Okay, who do we have next? Okay, Chase Branda. Pretty sure I know what saw he's going to run. Okay, Christopher, you're on deck. Okay, here comes Chase. All right, come see me here, Chase. Don't fire up that saw. Come over here. Let's talk about this. I see you have the Green Hornet attached to the back of yours too. Must have been an eBay sale on those velocity stacks. What else has been done? Who worked on this saw, first of all? That's what I want to know.
Charlie Briscoe did the boarding. I know he went through quite a few cylinders, and this what probably was the best one. Last one went out at 1700 RPM, but there's a lot more information on the YouTube channel.
Okay, that's a good point, Chase. So if you want to know more about the trials and tribulations that Charles went through to make this saw, you can check it out on his YouTube channel. I think you can just type in Charles Briscoe and you can find that. He's got a quad port exhaust on this guy, so plenty of airflow coming out of there. It's a little restricted in the holes, but then he's got the pipes coming out. I know he did a ton of work to the base, the jug, the piston, the cylinder. Carburetor looks like it's not the correct one. I'm not sure about the timing, but there's a lot of work in this saw. I expect it to be right there beside Chad's. Percent improvement per hour might be on the tenths of a percent here based on Charles's videos, but it's going to be a strong saw nonetheless. Okay, let's fire it up. the greatest for making the straightest cookies. It feels better, but sometimes not the fastest time. We'll get a time on that anyway, even though it's a disqualification, it's just for reference. I'm curious to see where he would have landed had he not cut out. Okay, so 24.69. So again, that's a significant improvement from the stock version. A little bit behind Chad. I think a part of that was in the there. Okay, so just so everybody knows, although it seems easy just to simply cut a disc off of there, to do it, to keep the saw in the power band, to do it efficiently, without cutting out, without bogging the saw down, without letting it run too high, and with a bunch of people watching you is not easy. I can tell you that from experience. So it may look like, oh yeah, somebody's making a mistake up here, but trust me, it's a challenge. So the better operators you'll see here today, ones that look like they're smooth and move, that's not just by accident. They've done a ton of practice over the years to get there. So no matter how much firewood you've ever cut, to get up here on a stage and make a couple cuts is definitely frightening at first until you get the hang of it. Okay, next, what do we have here?
The Holtz Forma Pro out of the box, just the bolt-ons.
Okay, Holtz Forma, which I believe Farmer Tech, some bolt-ons. That looks like a Jason Egan muffler mod plus the deflector on it. That should be a nice power gain there. How about your bar and chain? Tell me about that.
Just a stock organ skip tooth chain, 28-inch one.
Okay, skip tooth. Now that'll be interesting. A lot of arguments out there about what's faster, a skip tooth or a full house chain. And really that depends on what wood you're cutting. In an 8x8, like we were racing in earlier, 9x9, certainly you want all the teeth cutting you can. When you get to a bigger chunk of wood, we're probably not quite to that threshold. The skip chain may allow you to keep the chain speed and the chip clearance up to make it faster. So there is a breakover point, regardless of what anyone tells you, in the bigger wood. So I'll be interested to see how this runs. So let's go ahead and fire it up. Okay, unfortunately, we got a little thin at the bottom of the first disc and didn't quite come up with a full cookie. So when we're checking these, we'll check that cookie against the rest of the block and make sure that it's all there. This one's obvious. Sometimes they'll break apart. If you can put them back together again, you'll still get credit for the cut. To me, it looks like that chain's got a little bit of, or the bar maybe has a little bit of wobble in it, because it looks like the other cut's a little bit crooked too. We'll square that up for the next competitor here. Skip tooth ran pretty good there. In case you were curious, that last time was 25.5 seconds. But a disqualification, so you get nothing. No suffering. Okay, who's up next? Doug. The Doug. Doug, how long do you think it's going to take you to put your hands on the wood after you sit the saw down? I have my clock running today, the sundial, and you take a long time to get ready. I can't not harass you, I'm sorry. Okay, Okay, now I know you know a lot about these saws. Tell me something about your saw that we haven't heard today.
Okay, I'll tell you a real good story. I'm officially a porter now. Yeah, yeah, my first time ever last night. I had a bunch of drunk guys teach me how to port, so this ought to be interesting.
He was getting a lot of direction last night in the shop, I'm not gonna lie. And it was all I could do not to jump in with my drunk fingers and try to do some porting as well. But I think at the end of the day, I think you're gonna make some gains here, and I'm anxious to see it run.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to say the least.
All right, let's get it fired up.
Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully it fires. That's right, that's the first step. We gotta make sure that it actually starts. Got plenty of compression, okay. Not bad at all, not bad at all. Be anxious to see that time with Doug's first porting job. What do you think? What do you think?
That sucked.
Honesty is the best policy. 31.48. A funny story, I've done a pair of saws I did once, was 2 EFCO saws I did. One I ported drunk, one I ported sober. And it turned out the drunk saw was faster. Now that drunk saw has since blown up and is sitting in the shop with a frozen piston, but it did outrun the other one for a moment. So something to be said perhaps for sober chainsaw porting. And the advice he was getting. All right, now, Mr. You might as well put that saw down. Because I'm going to embarrass you. Okay, now I think everybody knows that Eric obviously is the host today. This is his backyard that we're in. So let's give him a round of applause. Eric approached several of us 3 years ago and a half, probably, talking about, hey, I want to get together. I want to have a get together and have firewood saws and do everything like that and get a community built up from that. And that was kind of the genesis of the Sawfest idea. A couple of us among us here today, Nate Heron is behind me. Ryan is floating around somewhere. Chad is back there. Eric. Brian Van Papagen, also known as Pepper Jam, is floating around here as well. But the 6 of us have been working together to put on this show. That's who you can thank for the wood today, for all the setup, a lot of the food, a lot of the prep activity. You can thank time on this saw over the years. So he was one of the first proud owners of, I talk about the early days of the clone saws. This was one of the early saws. And Eric, tell me a little bit about what you put this thing through.
Well, I started out with a really bad wood job and had no clue what I was doing.
Was it a drunk port job?
No, it was sober. It was just really bad. And it ran decent. There was a little bit of gains. And later, as I learned more, so I thought, I decided to do other bad things to it. Along the lines of Ray Charles, kind of looks that bad. It was really bad work. It ran good, but wasn't happy, so I put a different top end on it. Kind of tried to mimic what I did before, although a lot straighter and cleaner. And yeah, I came up with this. Has a velocity stack on it. The pod filter, because apparently that's a cool thing to do right now, is the pod filters. And
Those pod filters are neat. I noticed one on your scooter.
yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
We have the official Sawfest scooter, because everybody needs one of those.
Okay, anything else unique about your saw? Looks like it's got a snowmobile handle on it, so it doesn't rip your arm off. How about the bar and chain?
Bar and chain was actually caused by this guy. It was just a bar, the 24-inch bar that I had. I didn't really like the color of it. All the paint had wore off because I tried to go angry snorkel piece of bar, and it worked good until you start cutting with it, and it all comes right back off. So we decided to try to make it look.
It is beautiful. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, let's fire it up and see what happens.
Still good.
Pretty solid run there. Now, what Eric doesn't know what happened there, he came into that cut. The log was undercut a little bit. I think he recognized that he was going to cut out if he didn't start to steer the saw. And as he steered it towards the bottom, you start to put a little bit of torque on that in big wood, and it will tend to grab the chain and bind the saw up, and you'll lose the power. 21.76. That's pretty impressive, especially considering the hang there. I think with a clean cut there, a clean straight disc, that would have been right there near that 19-20 second mark where we've seen the best saws today.
Garrett, you're after Ethan.
Garrett, you're after Ethan. All right, Ethan Trainer. What can you tell me about your saw, Ethan?
It is still all Chinese parts. Imported with the machine. Slight work to the farm. Muffler modded, stock ignition timing. That's about it.
Yeah, Ethan is a very good porter. He's done some work for me. He's starting to get the hang of some carburetor work. He does very good machine work, so I'm anxious to see how his saws run today. This one in particular being the Neotech clone. So let's see what happens. Damn it, Ethan. You had an incredible run going there. Nothing to be ashamed about the saw's performance. Now your own performance. I don't know about that. The saw kicked ass. For sure. Having some trouble with the thin cookies on the poplar on this side, it seems. Maybe that was partially us forcing people to cut thin cookies, but it is a challenge, especially when you're racing over from the other log to make sure you make a full disc there. We lost probably a couple seconds at the bottom there, but I'm pretty sure that would have been right in that top saw range. I know he made the changeover pretty quickly. Now, what have you done to your saw? Oh, I see an Egan.
This is actually a saw built by Egan. Since he couldn't make it, I was fortunate enough to run it. So.
Okay, so Jason Egan, he's a builder out west, right? Idaho. Okay. He does a lot of port work out there. You'll see his name thrown around. He does a ton of steel work. That's one of his specialties. So I'm expecting this saw to perform probably better than your stock 661.
Tell everybody your name, Gary. Tell everybody your name.
All right, my only advice is don't cut out. Everybody else is. Get better. Gary Buxton is and 2 complete discs. Well done. Well done. I hate to guess what the time is, but I'll find out in a moment. 22 flat. So again, that's about 8 seconds over the stock version. 25% improvement. That's impressive. Mr. Buxton, tell me about your saw.
It's got a straight shot of the last spec. Other than that, it's pretty much all armor tech. It's had lathe work and port work.
Okay, lathe work and port work, meaning inside there you've either changed the squish, changed the transfers, done some things inside of there to improve flow and your typical wood sporting activity, right? Okay. Just out of curiosity, where are you at on the squish for this saw? We heard 5,000s earlier. How about yours?
Like 27.
Okay, 27, and that seems to be the range for a bigger saw. You don't want to go too much lower than that, or you risk once it heats up and starts to expand, you may get a little tap, which you can both bad things. So that's about where I would land it too. Looks good. All right, let's see how she does. Cuts there, 2 clean cuts, very nice discs. That's about as well as you can do the operating. Well done.
Gregory is up.
Gregory.
Jack is on deck.
Jack, you're on deck. 21:48, so we're right at that low 20 mark. That seems to be where the better saws are running today. Okay, how many more competitors do we have, just out of curiosity? 6 more competitors, 6 more. So we got plenty of wood. We're going to be in good shape. All right, Gregory. First time we've met today. Pleasure to meet you first. Tell me about your saw.
It's a Farmer Tech 660 kit. First saw I've ever ported. Just with a Dremel and some carbide bits from eBay. Brian Pepperjam was kind of like a spirit animal for that. He was cheering me on. I don't know where he is.
He's floating around here somewhere.
Sorry to hear that.
There he is. I see him.
The spirit of Python Mayor. That's pretty much it.
Okay,
it's all Chinese parts.
It's actually one of the benefits of these clone saws is you can get into a saw cheap, you can get cheap parts, and you can do the port work if you don't have experience. It's one thing to mess up a $50 jug or a $30 jug. It's another thing to mess up a $250 steel 462 jug. So it does give beginners an opportunity to start to work in it, see where they can get gains, try to replicate other things they see that are out there, and then start to come up with your own ideas. So I really love seeing new saws out there, and it's one of the benefits of these clone saws. All right, let's go.
When I touch her, do something, try to do something like that. There's no way I see these guys do it. I'd be crying if I screwed up. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Very nice work there. Nice work. Excellent for a first sport job. It's pretty easy to go backwards doing these saws occasionally. You get very greedy the first time you do it, think you have to remove a bunch of material and do everything you can to a chainsaw to try to get it better, and a lot of times you can end up making things worse. 27.55, so he's got about a 10% gain there with the slight mods that he did. That's pretty impressive, really, especially for a first saw. Jack Race, there he is. With the clone saw, he didn't win today. All right, Jack, tell me about your saw. I have a feeling what you're going to tell me, but go ahead.
So I bought the saw used on someone who had done a little bit of work to it. Since it came with this muffler, cheap little muffler mod. I walked in there, I took a little bit of sandpaper, like high grit sandpaper. I tried to clean it up a little bit, see what I could do for the exhaust. And then I also put a 10-tooth sprocket on it to see what that would do.
Cool.
Why wouldn't you?
I mean, yeah, I had to get my chains custom made. The first time I actually did it, because I had to use, I think, an 85 or 86 traveling chain. The first time I hit the throttle, it actually bent the chain. So I don't know if that was on part of the guy who made the chain, or if it was just having that much torque or whatever. But I now have another chain that has touched wood once, and I really hope it doesn't break or do anything stupid.
Okay, now for the drive sprocket, what comes stock on these? A 7-pin? Okay, so a 7-pin. So you've gone from a 7 to a 10. And just so everybody knows, that drive sprocket, that's your main drive gear for it. If you make a bigger gear, just like the transmission in your car, it's going to need more to get it going, but once it's there, you'll be at a higher speed, so you can increase the chain speed, but it also requires more torque. If your saw doesn't have it, it's going to bog down. So he may need to be gentle with the saw today with the 10-pin on it, but let's see how it goes. Okay, nice cut there, Jack. Now, Jack does tree work for a living, so he's definitely experienced with the chainsaw. And you can see just from his operating, he didn't rush over to the second cut. Safety's his priority, and he did a nice job taking those two discs off. It looks like he just got in that poplar disc. It was very thin. We've had a few paper thin discs today that you can almost see through. Okay, 33.40. So based on what had been done there, basically a stock saw time there. I think maybe the 10-pin did a little bit of injustice to his saw power itself. Okay, now we've got Mr. John Wasson.
It's off. It's basically all stock. The only thing that's done is the muffler basically has some relief.
Okay, by kit saw, you mean, and a pop piston, okay. So, by kit saw, you mean you bought this in 1,000 different pieces. You assembled it together, put it back together, and made the saw. So you can buy these two ways. One, you can get them with a kit and put them together yourself, or you can buy a finished version like you have at the Farmer Tech tent there. $250, and you got a 93cc saw that I'm expecting to do pretty nice things here. All right, okay.
Because I only mill with these size, so they save my good size.
Oh, nice, good idea. And how do they hold up to the milling, just out of curiosity?
Big board that guy, he's got over 100 gallons of wood. So.
Wow, that's impressive. All right, let it rip. Hey, two nice cuts right there, John. Well done, well done. And that chain really looks like it's cutting well. So I'll pick up a handful of the chips from there, and you can see they're almost ribbons. In that tulip poplar, you really need a chain that's not too aggressive, or it'll gum up the chain and you'll lose some power. But it is stock X cut chain. Okay, right out of the box, and it looks like it's cutting incredibly well. I spent 3 hours on a chain the other day trying to make it better than the X cut, and I failed. So good stuff there. So good solid time there. Okay, looks like we've got Kenny Freeman. And we've got Matt House on deck. All right, I'll tell you about Kenny's saw since I actually own the saw. Kenny didn't have a clone saw to run today, and since I'm not competing, I loaned him mine. And this is not a saw that I ported. Charlie Briscoe actually ported this one. So when we started the Clone Wars, one of the first saws that Charlie did was this saw. And in the absence of time this year, I said, well, why don't you sell me that one since you're going to be working on another revision of it, and I'll take that one and I'll run it. Unfortunately, I didn't want to compete this year because of how much we have going on. So Kenny gets the opportunity to run it. So this is another Charlie Briscoe saw, and we'll call this version 2.0. I think.
No, I only have needle nose pliers back here.
Oh, I didn't get one. Hey, Doug. Where's my bag of cool tools, man?
I thought I gave you some.
I didn't get any. I gave you a nice sticker.
I thought I gave you one. I'm sorry.
I drove all the way up here just wanting to get freestyle.
Did you get one?
Sweet. So currently, for my feeler gauge, I use one of my local repair competitors' repair tags.
Yeah.
And it's about 30 thou. I'm like, that's the perfect gauge for a... Keeps me humble. Yeah.
Okay.
Like if you're getting a strong blue spark across the gap, okay, maybe.
Yeah, check it out. Pretty cool, huh? We'll make bread next week time. Woo! You even feel like that now? Yeah.
Can you get big email attachments?
I usually use, depending on how big it is, because believe it or not, WhatsApp does pretty big if you got a WhatsApp account.
I
But
don't.
otherwise, we can use Google Drive.
Like, I can give you a link. I can give you a link.
Hard drive, solid state drive that's fast. Because I got the two memory cards out of the you can have take those with you.
Oh, okay.
And the one out of the audio recorder you can have.
Okay, and then
But I got two different iPhones that have a bunch of footage too. So I can put those on drive and just send it over to you.
Yeah, well, the iPhone, the one, like I said, one of them, I was caught, there was one of them kind of went down like this.
Yep.
That one.
Yeah, this one's completely full.
Yeah.
Of footage. It's got like about 7 hours on it.
Nonetheless, I can don't get rid of that because I can if it's salvageable, I can
So
put
for
it in.
a vintage stock saw,
Well, it just depends.
we have teams.
I mean, I got pro software,
You
but
need to get together with your team to figure out who's running which
you
saw.
know. So, and nobody
First team.
That's what sucks about art. This
Eric,
game, we invest so much.
Ben, and Bodie. That's Al, Eric, Ben, and Bodie. Webb. Team 2.
Has a small filter in
Brennan,
the computer, and it's real zippy
Smitty,
anymore. It's ridiculous.
Chad, and Chad. That's Brennan, Smitty, Chad, and Chad. Team 3.
But yeah, anyway, you know how to get a hold of them.
Christopher.
We'll work it out, man, dude. You're like
Devin,
a lifesaver too, man.
Doug,
What?
Ethan.
Yes!
I get Ethan again. He's like, damn it.
Team 4.
I got Doug again. I'm kidding.
Garrett, Gregory, Jay, and Jack.
Oh yeah, we're doing old school on this. I'm gonna try to set this camera back for all the
Team 5.
YouTuber viewers.
Sean,
I'm going to bring vintage saws.
This is going to be cool.
So I'm gonna set this back more like this.
John, myself, Nick. Sorry, Patrick, not Nick. Patrick. And some guy named Nick. And at the very end,
Oh, might as well.
like Sean, TW, Gary Barker, and Eric Luca.
I'm trying to, if anybody's on there watching, I'm trying to adjust this tripod so you can see better.
Okay, sounds like we got all 4 vintage saws fired up. So a couple words here before we get started. So if you look at the Sawfest page, we have a mission statement on there, and it includes modifying saws, improving their performance, but also the preservation of saws. So one thing many of us do, and I think many in the community do, is take these old saws, and while they might not be practical anymore, it is definitely fun for the old technology to see it still running. And surprisingly, even with 50, 60, 70 years of age on these saws, they'll still fire up, they'll still cut a block of wood, but it really gives you an appreciation for what the loggers went through back in the day, lugging these beasts around, and you'll see the incredibly fast cut times that they have. So the way this will work, we're going to work in 4-person teams. They'll select which saw they want to run, and it'll be a relay. So we'll start with the first stand down there, stand 4. When the cut on 4 is complete, the person on 3 can start. When 3 is complete, we can start here and so on. After the 4th cookie is severed, that's when the time will stop. It's a relay race. Okay? So the first competitor down here will make a cut. When that cookie comes off, the second one can start. When the second one comes off, third and fourth, and the 4th one. So you've got to work together a little bit. Who runs what saw can be important if you have any experience with them. We were going to have the right reciprocating saw out here today, but we felt concerned for its health after this many cuts. So even at 6 cuts, crossing our fingers that these old girls will make it through. So what we have out here, Bodie is standing next to a Lancaster saw. I believe it runs 89 cc and somewhere in the late 50s, early 60s model. We've got a Lombard from the same time frame. You can see it's got a similar design. Very lightweight. Very lightweight. Okay, we've got a steel. That's an S8 or 10. S8. 1965. And then Smitty's over here. He brought his home light to play today. He's going to tell us a little bit more about that.
So, the came out in 1955. Anybody over here?
You just went over, Doug.
This is just a really basic.
Oh no!
How many cc is that?
Yep.
This is a spill.
We fail.
Thanks, man.
This probably sits.
Something on it. Sorry, y'all, if y'all watching.
Yes, we've seen that similar slap shot design there.
How are we gonna fix that? Let's see.
Let's do like this here.
Yeah, 2-stroke motors are simple in their design, but incredibly.
Sorry guys, hang with me if you're watching. Hang with me.
What did this when you told us a couple weeks ago?
I told you. I told you, bud. I saw that sucker, man.
I probably could have got a better time on my ass for a while. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I'm like, you know what?
I wonder how we can.
So you'll notice on these saws they're rigidly mounted. It will have vibration. You'll feel like you had a handful of bees if you run one for the other day. And they are auto oiling, so you do have an oil pump on. I know for sure this one, the Lancaster and the Lombard. I'm not sure about the steel.
Another one.
Looks like it may be an auto. Okay, so I think we are ready. We've got the first 4-person team. This will be a relay, again, as I mentioned, so we'll start stand 4 will be the first operator. Yeah, so you'll be able to start over the wood with the saw running. So let's get all 4 saws fired up. And once you see the person in front of you complete their disc, you can drop it in there. So let's get all 4 fired up. Make sure we're running.
That's what my plan is. Me
Very nice, gentlemen. Very nice. Thankfully, we're only cutting 8x8 cookies for this event. Okay, let's get our next team of 4 competitors up here. Okay, looks like we should have Brennan, Smitty, Chad, and Chad. Chad Biddle. Chad Biddleside. Where did he go? Where's he at? Oh, he might be taking a nap. It's been a long day with an early start this morning. Brennan can run between the two. It's a good idea. That's teamwork. I like that. That's a true relay, yes. Okay, let's give Chad a moment here. Here he comes. Sluggishly. Okay, so this is the penultimate event for the day. The final one will be the Wild Thing. And those Wild Things are, the Wild Thing is not exactly a sought-after saw. It was a cheap marketing attempt by Wild Thing to have flashy colors and sell more saws. The quality of them is suspect. And they are a clamshell saw. You can find them generally at auctions and things for very little cost, although I think our Wild Thing shootout did spike the price of those a little bit as people were in search of them, but they are not a performance saw, so what people have done to them is amazing, really. So we'll talk about those in a minute. Looks like we've got Chad out here to join us. Chad, this is a 4-person relay. You'll be making your cut after Brennan finishes his cut, and he'll start after Smitty finishes. So let's get all 4 saws fired up. We've had them running once, it should be good. stand down, stand down. I think our saw puked in mid-cut there. Let's get her fired up again. We may have to do a redo on the first two. Fire back up. Okay, try to. Okay, successful completion of 4 discs. Now we need our next 4 competitors, our next 4-person team. We have Christopher, Doug, and Ethan. That's only 3. You are correct. We had 1 of the competitors that left. So I'll run the 4.
That's probably why.
Yeah.
The trigger lock on that is right inside your thumb.
Okay, let's go ahead and fire up the saws. Yes, that should be a race saw. That thing is remarkably quick. Smooth operating, easy to control in the cut, nice and light. Thank you, sir. All right, let's get our next 4-person team out there.
Garrett, Gregory, Jay.
Garrett, Gregory.
Jay and Jack.
I'll just take the first ball.
Don't mess up.
Okay, who else do we have?
Going off is under your left hand.
Gregory, Jay, and Jack.
We'll just relay. When he's done, I'll be coming over on there, and then I'll go back over there.
Yeah, Jay Stigl.
I like it. I think it's funny how the muffler. What's that look like? What?
Jay Stigl.
Oh, yeah.
Stigl.
What's that remind you of? Yeah.
Good shot, right?
Yeah. Okay, Nate, you're in. Okay, let's fire up the saws. Pretty good time there, gentlemen. Pretty good time. That one's going to be tough to beat. Jack got her done. That might have been the fastest cookie with that old steel. What'd you think about running that?
I love those old saws. They're all torque, and it felt like the chain was hanging up, so I just powered down on it and having all that low end torque just. So,
it is a different animal, isn't it?
Which one do you want me to run?
Okay, who's in this heat? Looks like we've got an already Souls team member up here. All right, who's our fourth in this one? We got Kenny. Oh, there he is, JW. All right. Pull. Pull. It's ups on.
The trigger lock beside the left.
Up is on. These old girls. Up is on. Here we go. Yes. Don't forget about the oil. It is. Don't forget to pump the daylights out of that thing. That's an old Lombard right there. Yep. And then old Lancaster on the other side. There you go. Yes. All right, let's fire them up. Okay, another solid run there, except for Kenny. Kenny, that was your worst operation. What happened? What happened? Oh. Oh, the boiler. Yes, yes, yes. Dry bar, old saw, bad news. All right, we've got what? Another team coming up here. See Terry over there. Meat sheet. I see some competitors floating about here. Is this number 6? Heat 6? Okay, this is it. If you haven't gone, you're probably going to go in this heat. Who do we have, Terry? Sean, TW, Gary, and Eric Nickel. He's running his own saw. That's not fair. Okay, we have got Gary. Who else do we need? Sean. Do we have a Sean? Sean's got it. Sean. Calling Sean. Here. Okay, I don't see Sean. Therefore, sure, Angie will step in. Perhaps Smitty will be kind enough to fire it up for her and show her the oiler operation. Angie Dustheimer making a guest appearance here. We can get headphones. We've got earplugs in Terry's pocket.
It hurts to run if you don't have
one. Okay, if you don't have your wild things ready to go, now's probably the time to start fueling them up and getting them ready. We'll have a brief meeting over here before we start the wild things. That competition will be slightly different than the other ones, so I want to talk through the rules on that one before we get started. Okay, I think we're ready. Let's fire all the saws up, make sure they run. Nice runs there, gentlemen. Nice runs. And gentle lady. Well done, well done. Okay, that concludes the vintage stock saw, and that takes us to the wild thing. We'll have a few minutes here to change the wood, but everybody that's running a wild thing, if you could bring your wild thing with you up to the competitor area. I think we want to get a picture with all of the saws before we get started here. We'll review the rules as we're getting the wood up, and then let's get that event underway.
Sure, I don't know how bad I am.
Well, I know you do.
And that last one, Brennan Cass has I wish I could have fit this one on those balls. Well, me and Morgan cut the chains.
You know what? We need to do the last chainsaw raffle. I hope you still like this picture. This is from 8 McAuliffe's Ace Hardware in Marysville. This is the #1 ticket.
I don't know about you, but I'm ready to be hurt again. Yeah. Oh, that's so much. I'm driving home with these. I'm all here for it.
You're probably going to need to when you don't want to listen to that.
Thank you everybody for your donations today. All the chainsaws. All the raffle prizes. All the wood crew, the computer worker over here.
So my saw has more compression than Joe's.
I saw that. I was like, oh my God.
I don't know how it's going to run. Unless he's running on like meth.
It's running.
Yeah.
Well, I think this one sounds the best. Yeah, mine. And it's bone stock.
I see one over there with a whippet can.
Brennan Cass's is nasty.
Not everybody knows that.
Okay, first things first. For the competitors that are running a wild thing, we're going to get a picture over here next to this log, and we'll have you put your saw on the log in front of you. We'll get all the competitors behind it. Maybe we'll have to shift this camera slightly. Is this you, Doug, or is this Bodie? Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, we're going to get a picture here. Hopefully several of everybody with their wild things. So yeah, show them off. Someone mentioned to me a moment ago, I'm sure that the engineers at Poolin never had in mind this happening with their wild saws. I see lots of pipes. I see something spilling out of Brennan's saw. I see. There it comes. Yes, yes, that's fuel. That's fuel. Okay. Mandy tells me this is a terrible location for it because the sun's in our eyes. I apologize. Okay. Okay. Now we'll go towards Mandy up here. Up here. Okay, so for the wild things, we're going to run them one at a time. That way I can give everybody a chance to tell me what you did to your saw, how you modified it. And also, when you're running, we're not going to start them on the ground. It's a hot start over the wood. So there's no starting sequence. You start, the time starts when you hit the wood. And it's open wood. Just make 3 discs. No lines, no nothing. What we want to see are fast saws. So I know everybody spent a lot of time working on these. I don't want to DQ somebody for cutting out of the line. So let's make them go as fast as they can. Let them eat. We have plenty of wood, so if there's knots or things, we'll trim those out as well. We'll be going in the same order as before. Okay, we got all the photos and everything, all the videos, all the YouTubers, everybody's good. All right, thank you everybody for bringing your saws out. Now, first competitor in the Wild Things shootout, Eric Webb. Eric? I'll even let you pick what stand you want to run on, bud. There you go, right there. All right, what do you have here? Tell me about this.
Oh, that's some serious stuff.
Okay, light report, exhaust and intake. Now, these bullets I know from experience with other people.
YouTube live right there. See, I'm going TikTok live.
Okay. And you can actually do more than if you don't know precisely what you're doing. So a stock saw
I never got
running
mine
well,
done, so I just left it on that one.
today. We'll see.
At least it sounds cool.
See how things go. So let's fire it up. 3 cuts. 3 cuts. Nice work there, Eric. Now, these saws are gutless, to say the least. So the fact that they can even make 3 cookies that quickly is impressive. So clearly the work that he did to it improves. And I don't think we have a stock version running today to be able to compare the times easily. But that was definitely a decent cut. I've seen some of those that we worked on in the past. They literally need a time dial to time them at a cut. So that was 3 cuts in 16.60. 16.60. That's our time.
One time, man. Well, up at the bar, I saw that. They said
I probably should have mentioned earlier in the Clone Wars that the winner of the Clone Wars is
Chad.
Okay, there is. Okay, the chainsaw for Clone Wars. The winner of the Clone Wars gets a new clone saw, and that clone saw will then become the build saw for next year's Sawfest. So it's over there in the black bag. It's a surprise. So whatever pops out of there, that is what the build saw will be for next year. So this year's winner will have a leg up on everybody else because they'll have a saw already. Now the winner of the Wild Thing, well, they get
That
the
would be
Wild
cool.
Flag,
That'd be cool.
keep that
I don't have that too.
awesomeness that they've done. But they also get a beautiful trophy over here for the Wild Thing shootout, I believe. That's somewhere. And that's mainly what everybody's shooting for here is the bragging rights. Nobody conceivably wants to actually use a Wild Thing. Now, Bodie.
Yeah?
A lot of people don't watch your channel regularly. They should. The Novice Lumberjack. They should check that out on YouTube. If they did, they would see what you've got here. And I see something Velcro to the handle. Tell me about that.
Well, that's of no consequence right there. It's just an empty can right now, but in my armpit, warming up currently, is a cartridge of nitrous. And I'm putting it in my armpit so that it's nice and warm and it blows out with as much pressure as can possibly be. So I have built this thing. It's pretty basic. The pork job, I didn't go wild at all. It's just, I think I actually did it blind. And then whenever I put a degree wheel on it, I'm at 99 on the exhaust roof. The intake is about 7.
Okay, now there's a couple ways to get nitrous into your motor. What way did you select here?
So this is called dry nitrous. And what it is, the nitrous that's in this cartridge right here is already in a gas form, and I just have a nozzle that is shooting straight into the throat of the carburetor. We're going to call it throat. And it should shoot in there really good, and it's good for hopefully about doubling my test speed or cutting it in half.
Okay, all right. So compared to the NOS that you would see on the Fast and Furious, tell me about the difference between what you've got here and that.
Well, with that, that's called a wet system, and the nitrous is in a liquid form, but also you have to introduce fuel with it to compensate for the extra oxygen that you're putting into the cylinder. With this right here, what you have to do is you have to set up your saw to whenever you're running on the high side on full throttle, you're running really fast, burbling a whole lot. And that way, whenever you introduce all of the extra oxygen that it's going to get, it'll hopefully run at the right level where it needs to be.
Okay, now we haven't seen NOS on any chainsaws in the past. Why is that? What's the downside of NOS?
Blow up your engine. But today, she's going to go where she's going to blow.
She's going to go, she's going to blow. All right, I'm anxious to see this one. Let's fire it up. Start it over the wood when you hit it. It's on you.
Hey, make sure you pull it down.
He's locked and loaded. Okay, there's no wood limit for this, and we're letting them have a hot start over the wood. That's why we're keeping the nice little power here. Folks have spent a lot of time on these songs.
I got this brand new place. I've seen them get work and I have an intercom. I know, right? $200 to install. Yeah. I can sit there and talk to someone over a chainsaw or whatever.
Very nice. I think that was actually a nice balance there that you had with the fuel and the NOS. I like the dry system. Definitely cool.
Yeah, no shit, miss. No, I hit it. It had a little bit more.
Okay, now I got to put this in perspective. That cut time there was 8.53. Now earlier we had the cutoff in the 3 cube class. Those were 9x9s, not 8x8s. So they were 9x9s, I'll give you that. But that winning time was 8.65. So that wild thing is right there with some of the modern best 50cc saws. And the wild thing comes in at 42cc. So quite impressive for that. Nice job, well done, Bodie. That's a high bar to meet, but we've got some pipes, some nitro, some other things coming up here. Who's our next competitor? Brennan Cass. Brennan.
Everyone's going to be fighting for like 9s and 10s.
Okay, one housekeeping item, the food truck will be departing.
Listen, I just don't want to get
I think I did, yeah. Try the smoked meats and food they have, and get ready to do that. All right, Brennan. You definitely won the award for cool.
No, good.
That's more what I was doing.
Okay, the appearance is definitely just breathtaking. The pipe, I'm not even sure, what kind of paint is that?
It's
I didn't think it was high temp, but okay, it'll go up to 500. All right, well, we should be in just below that range. Okay, so what have you done here? I don't see anything that looks like a wild thing. I see machine parts on top here, different carburetors. Tell me about it.
made the head for it. The carb is the stock. It has the choker though, and the back just to start it. And then the pipe is a thin skin RC, so it's
Really neat stuff, really neat stuff. Okay, what fuel are you running in this song?
This is just gas.
Okay, straight gas. All right, fire it out. It starts when you hit the wood, so it's on you. Nice run there, nice run. I don't think he's going to run down Bodie. That was a good, solid run for a gas saw. Very, very impressive considering the starting point again is a 42cc clamshell gutless turd. So the fact that they're getting these saws to do this is remarkable. $13.53. $3 at an auction. One of them can't be used. And then I think Brennan, if he charged per hour for his machining, it's probably $1,000 saw. Okay, who's next? Smitty. There he goes. Smitty's a lot of man. He's a little bit scary. He scares me a little bit. All right, Smitty. I don't see too much crazy here, but tell me what's inside your wild thing.
You'll have to ask TW.
Okay, TW. Let's ask TW. Okay, so Smitty's the operator here. TW's the builder. Tell me about it.
Well, it's your typical wild thing. Got muffler mod, pretty much blind porter.
Okay, blind ported, muffler mod. What's it running on? Regular fuel?
Regular gas.
Okay, regular gas. All right, this will be a good litmus test here. All right, fire it up, Smitty. Time starts when you hit the wood. He did finish 3 discs. Now, Smitty's run there exemplifies my past experiences with wild things. Now, TW, I'm coming to visit you because I want you to tell me what was going on there. What do you think? What do you think's going on there?
Yes,
It definitely sounded like
I'd like to have some. I was saying that few more of these events and I'll have motorcycles.
Okay, Brian.
Yeah. Which has 26,000.
He is not running. Okay. Chad Wilhelm. I know Chad's running.
Can you look it up on steel saws too like that?
Chad's right behind me. There he is. Now, before you fire this thing up, we gotta talk. Okay, I see one of these badminton intakes. A pipe that. Did you make that pipe?
Yeah, actually I did.
Okay, now what concept? I know you just didn't make it blindly. What were you looking for here?
I was looking for the right amount of back pressure on it. I just kept back rolls it, kept moving it in, kept moving it on. Yeah, until things finally hit. And it seems to be doing pretty good.
Okay, what else have you done inside of the saw?
Well, I took a grinder to the bearing rack. That was just fish, and white the transfer valve.
How many wild things did you blow up in your quest for the fastest wild thing?
Probably about 4 or 5.
Okay, 4 or 5. 4 or 5. That seems to be. I would take that as the line in Vegas on plus points for these wild things. Thankfully, you can get them for a couple bucks, as we mentioned before.
Or it's 5 so far.
Okay, this is the one that survived. What are we running for fuel? What do we got?
Well, it's got E85 in it. 10%.
Okay, so you're environmentally friendly. Should keep your temps down a little bit. All right, let's fire it up and see how it goes. Here's the last run on this stand. Time starts when you hit the wood. Chad, that was painful. What do you think? What do you think's going on there? I have a couple theories, but you tell me what you think's going on.
Well, the tip is just.
It's a piece of shit. It's a Poland wild thing. Noted. All right, who's up next? Chad, I'm glad you put a lot of time into that. I'm sure you learned a lot about clamshell porting. It's a process. Ryan Hahn. Okay. Muffler delete is operating. The hopper, we haven't heard from you all day. You got to get up here. Tell us what you did here. First of all, you're a YouTube guy, right? You've got quite a few followers. Yeah. Okay, so you can find you at where?
Bellhopper McCulloch Chainsaws.
Okay, Bellhopper McCulloch Chainsaws. And you did a lot of machine work here. Tell us what you did.
Well, it has a full circle crank, removable head, cut down flywheel, custom made clutch drum, 372 car, Ford intake. We run it on alcohol and on gas. Right now it's on gas. It's real for big home too.
Yeah, and when you get a chance to look at them boxes.
Pro 260 Durachrome cylinder. That's
what fuel we're running.
We're running gas today. We were running on alcohol yesterday and it was acting silly, so we switched over to gas, hoping that would fix it. And last night we actually tore it down and resealed the motor after dark.
Last second modifications on the wild thing.
Changed the pipe to a muffler, then a pipe, and then this is another pipe we borrowed off somebody else.
Okay. down in the pits, you never know what you're going to find the day before Sawfest. If you haven't seen Hopper's channel, check it out. He does some really clever machining work and some of the work he does on saws, and he narrates your way through a lot of chainsaw work. I learned a lot from him when I got started with the porting, so it's a good channel to check out. And he's a big lovable teddy bear, so that helps too.
We probably got over 100 hours worth of work in that saw.
I love it. All right, let's fire it up. If you got an issue that needs mechanical work, we'll we'll hop you in line if you need that. If not,
Hit it with a hammer.
okay, who's the next competitor? We'll jump over Muffler here for a few minutes. We got Doug Phil back on deck here. I think he's ready to rock and roll. All right, Doug, while they're working on that saw, why don't you tell me about your Wild Thing? I think you've also narrated your way through your Wild Thing build a little bit on your channel, but tell me about it.
First of all, I love the Wild Thing, so y'all don't make fun of the Wild Thing in front of me. I just think it's cool because this is a great opportunity for a lot of people to take something that typically doesn't run well and make some of this crazy, fast saws. It's just really cool. And that's what's really cool about Sawfest. The junk saw, we call it, I don't know if we call it that anymore, but the junk saw build every year. It kind of separates a lot of the boys from men almost. I love it.
That's right. It's definitely a highlight every year. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah. So to your question, this Wild Thing started a long time ago. Briscoe was just wanting to make me a Wild Thing because I like wild things, and he was giving it the works, and he's tried like everything, nitromethane, all kinds of things, pipes, no pipe, different cylinders, like 3 or 4 different cylinders probably, and all this stuff. And it's like there's not enough time, man, just to make these things perfect. I don't think the game is perfect, but.
Now, Doug, I like Wild Things too. In fact, I'm marrying one next weekend. But the Wild Thing chainsaw, why on earth do you like this?
It's like the underdog Walmart special,
It is pretty. It is purple. It's green. It is colorful.
It's so fun to joke around, with the, because everybody knows they're delicious meals, so pretty much junk stuff. It's just fun. Just fun stuff.
So you're the guy on the webpage when they say favorite saw, you put Wild Thing. You're that guy. All right. I think we've exhausted the wood on this camp, so we're going to move over here.
What's the fuel?
Yeah, what do you want?
Just gas, just if you want.
Okay, 50 to 1. Not bad at all there, Doug. That song definitely runs well, does its thing. Didn't have any trouble keeping it in the power band. Then to win on the cookies. Okay, last time was 16:20. Looks like Muffler's got his saw fired up. As soon as he's ready, he can come over.
Good job, Briscoe.
on the channel, but perhaps exhaust is the reliable life of a race wild thing. I've seen it do better than that. Unfortunately, not today. All right, we've got Aaron Nickel. I mentioned earlier, I think everybody knows Eric's our host for today.
Hey, you originally had that on nitromethane, didn't you?
Oh, dude, it was a monster.
I've seen it do a
He's
couple
got the
test
Sawdog
cuts.
sticker on there that gives adds a half
Twice
horsepower.
the power, but the piston's eating
He's
itself.
got the original
I said,
wild thing
it's running, I got it on gas. I'm like, just use 3 cuts, maybe it'll make it, maybe it won't.
Right, exactly.
That's why we didn't run it yesterday, because I don't think it's going to make it. It has no compression.
Gotcha.
Hey, good job, man. Good job.
I tried.
Hey,
But it's still full-blown reed.
Exactly. You did a hell of a job. That's still hilarious, though.
Yeah, I don't think it liked going to the dyno.
I'm
And,
Whose dyno did you take it to,
to
Joe's?
Joe's. It put up 3.42.
I wanted to Joe's dyno the one he's running?
I don't know.
Oh, boy.
But it put up 3.42 on Joe's. And then,
Wow, that's
every run it was getting harder. It looks like a pipe has borrowed from a. I mean, I did lots of bad shit.
Did you have to do anything there?
hell of a job.
I love your 4910.
Yeah. It's got a 49-cent air filter.
That's the only one that Echo got right.
I was just worried something was going to get stuck in the reed, so I wanted some sort of filter.
Now is the
620 the same air filter as the 590 on those Echoes? I hate that stuff. Absolutely hate it.
Okay. Seen this
Any ideas on changing that out?
On the 620,
I got a 590.
But same.
You warm it up, we'll
Redbeard
get the
Saws
block out.
offers a foam filter
And we'll get
with all the
started.
pieces. I got
When
them
you
on
hit the
209.
we'll start the clock.
Okay.
Great. I'll check it out. Thank you. I appreciate it. Because I got one, I got next to nothing in now. I bought
Yeah, I
a
think
pair of them.
on Facebook,
Fixed one,
I
sold
think
it.
he goes by Nick Stokel, and then it's Redbeard.
Redbeard Saws.
And filters, I think, or something.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, phenomenal filters.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah, I definitely have to do that. Thank you.
Somebody can make those wild things go. We knew it was possible. Bodie may have lost a couple tenths in one of his stumbles. That's going to be the difference. 8.70.
Oh, so I'm still winning.
853. Bodie's ahead by 0.1. Damn, that was close. That was close.
I don't know. When he hit that button, I could tell. That was experience.
And that's with a stumble.
Two different ways to go about it, and basically identical times there. We'll break it down by each cut later. But very, very impressive for these saws. Who do we have next? Eric Salyer. There he is. All right, Eric, you're going to have to tell me what you've done to your wild thing.
Unfortunately, I really don't know. This one came my way about an hour ago. This one belongs to Todd Wright. He's standing over there in the red. Over there.
This year, I hope we'll know how those go. Drunk or sober, those can be effective, and they can also be detrimental. So, Eric, go ahead and fire it up. We'll see how she runs. Eric, you can go ahead and fire it up now.
Come on. Pull harder.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Hold there. Switch. Don't hit my truck.
Wide open. Well, that's what these are, though. And they don't just
Right. Gotta hold it wide open.
They are hateful, and then you get the extra little. It's closer. It's closer. Okay, Eric, you take a break. You go fire that up. Please don't destroy it. Keep the sledgehammers away from him. You get that fired up. We'll move on to the next competitor. We'll come back to Eric. We want to make sure he gets a run in. Gregory. There he goes. Gregory. He's got oh, now this is interesting. Tell me about it.
So this saw his boat stop internally. It has an Amazon pipe for a bicycle and a pod filter that I put on there with a piece of ABS drain pipe and water.
Okay, pod filter. So we're going to call this a velocity stack. We're going to call this an expansion pipe. And it's got a minimal work done inside. Okay. Minimal work done inside this. I'm trying to make it sound good. All right, your chain's a bit loose. If that's the way you want it, that's fine.
More power that way.
You don't want restriction on yourself. Yes. All right, fire it up. All right, well done, Gregory. Three on the deck, and that reminds me of how my wild things have passed. Gregory's time was 29.32. Well, you could have cut the whole block in 29 seconds. We may try that.
It's from Neotech.
Oh, sweet. Eric's saw ran really well. Okay, who do we have next? Jack. All right, Jack, tell me about your wild thing. So I'm Okay, also a top right build. Okay, we got a modified exhaust for improved flow performance. Looks like we've got a very nice channel there. And the original white. Eric's got his saw fired now. All right, fire it up, Jack. Let's see what she does. solid run there. Given the light porting and just a muffler mod, solid run there. Solid run. You can take that in the trees. 15.8. All right, I think I saw Eric with his saw fired up. Sounded like it was cooperating. I think we're going to have to go over here, maybe trim those knots out. Okay, just a little knot in there. Go ahead and get that trimmed out so we can stay as evenly as possible. Okay, Nate on the ball there with the Sawfest logo. Probably we need to kick that out with a heavy implement. Okay, Eric's back with us. Got his saw fired up. Look at that.
Try to hit your shoulders there.
Okay, 3 good cuts there, and I heard wild thing. That's about as good as they're going to get without some extensive work to it. 16-17. That 15-16 second mark seems to be where the lightly ported or new stock wild things, if they're running properly, are. So the fact that Eric and Bodie were able to cut the time in half is Christopher, tell us about your wild thing. I see it has a tail.
This saw like some other people
Todd, right? How popular guy today? You can unload so many wild things in such a short period of time. Somebody's thinking ahead. That's all I. Somebody's thinking ahead. Right there, I found it. I found Waldo back there in the red hat. He's been selling wild things all day out of the back of his truck. It is an investment, yes. We can't replace the pride that we earned by running this saw in front of so many people. Okay, what? Okay, so it's another Todd job. Oh, and I see the distinct rifle porting in the exhaust. This one has 3 holes instead of 2. I assume some internals. The tape top cover. Okay, let it rip. Okay, nice run there. I assume that's going to be right in that mid-teen range, along with those other right saws. But that's solid work for a wild thing. It's running properly, cutting good. Okay, we're going to change stands one more time for our last handful of competitors here. How many do we have left here? 4 more wild things. 4 more wild things. Joe Harkness. This one I've been anxious to see. Not sure which version of Joe's saw showed up today, but okay.
It's got a lot of compression.
All right, now Joe, I know you did some sleeve cylinders to try to make it a closed pour. You did some other work. Where did you end up on this build?
This one, sleeve cylinder, stock bore, stock stroke. Fingers, plus if that's a sleeve, they're basically boost parts.
Stock transfer timing.
Single exhaust, nice and wide. This is the CPI pipe off of the 372. So I don't know how it's going to do. 370 car, pour it out intake. Here's the straddle cylinder, straddle port.
Okay, awesome. Now, if you don't know, Joe also runs a YouTube channel. And it's Dyno Joe. Is that the Dyno Joe runs. And he runs different saws. Some that people have put on his dyno. And he's pretty dynoing a chainsaw is tricky business. And he's got it down to a pretty good science. And I've seen the accuracy in his results. So he's able to take apart different saws and try to see which ones have different powers, what part of the curve. Gives you more of an indication than just cutting a cookie time. So you can really see what you've done with recording. So he's learned a lot there. And you've been doing some sleeve cylinders and some other work recently, right?
Yep, that's the last few months really been diving into the sleeve stuff. I think they're working. We'll see.
Okay, all right, proof's in the pudding. Go ahead and fire it up. Starts on you.
Suck. Yeah, please suck.
So, are you on Facebook?
Cheers has the 370
Nice run there, very nice run. Now, I forgot to ask you, what people are you running in here? Just guess, okay. Now, there was a little hiccup in there. You think that's a carburation issue? You think maybe a little came off pipe. So, explain to normal people what coming off pipe is.
Very small band that you need to hold it in. And that's your low. Get off of the band either way. The pipe quits working.
Again, as you get more and more powerful saws, the operating becomes incredibly more difficult. So great job there. Good job with that build.
Good.
11.44 for that time. So that in between those two top times in the 8-second range and most of the lightly ported saws in the 16-second range. So nice results there with that sleeve cylinder. Kenny, I don't think you have a wild thing, do you? No. Kenny does not partake in the wild thing game. Okay, we got Morgan McKinnis. And then teed up. All right, Morgan. What have you done to your wild thing?
Unlike everybody else, I didn't have 500,000 hours of Tuesday I had about 30 minutes free after lunch, so I went and back in some fingerboards and I got the muffler, and I think I filed the fly royalty.
Okay, so slight advance in timing.
Yeah. Now, here's the real change. I've got ours full of chisel 3/8 LP 50 gauge tank. So I'm looking around on face gas. I got a chain.
And where can we find some of these chains?
Oh, Appalachian Saw and Repair. We're on Facebook. We have the name of all that.
I thought that. Walmart. Okay, now that you got your plug in, start your saw. Let's see it rip. solid run there, Morgan.
I did that right, right?
Yes. 3 cuts. Take that home with you. I'm gonna guess that's in.
Sophie, right over here. I can't hear the bar and change.
If you don't know, Luke Bergeron's been doing our timing for us all day today. He's been running around. He's an expert when it comes to Coach's Eye and timing chainsaws.
Yeah.
Also, a good friend of mine, John Daniels, has been handling computing duties over there. So he's a colleague of mine at Honda, formerly known as Research and Development, but we work together out there. He's been doing most of the timing duties today. I heard 17.3. 17.3. So right there with the light cord saw seems to be a popular time frame. We have one more wild thing. TW, your time has arrived. All right, TW, before you fire that up, we got to talk about this, right? Okay, I see you have one of the velocity stacks on there. What else have you done? Okay, 4 more muffler mods. So I'm going to guess good time for you is going to be in the 14 seconds. To operate that. Got it.
Dub.
Nice solid run there. More cowbell. 15:27. I think that's the break up right there. You also got the unfortunate pleasure of a knot on the far side.
Nope. We're back on the game.
We should have trimmed that, sorry.
I feel less bad now.
Okay, that concludes the wild thing.
We have no idea. They're tuning hammers. You hit your bar, and if it's a C sharp, you know you got big on.
We're going to do a final tabulations of points. First, we'll start with the Clone Wars winners here. Just 1 second.
I don't care. That's the whole reason I'm here. No. Oh, wow. I know that.
Thanks for wearing chapels.
I'm not dead.
Y'all want to see what I did with that sauce?
No.
No.
How bad?
Bodie, what unauthorized activity are you performing over there? No NOS.
It essentially doubled the horsepower, so all I gotta say is that I ain't got friends, I got family. Ride or die, good job to all you guys. Alright? But I am king shit right now.
Okay, not to knock Bodie off his pedestal, but let's talk about the folks that won events today.
Hey, I just won!
All right, good. All right. I would like to announce the winners of the placing and winner of the Clone War. If I can get Chad to stop running his wild thing for a minute. He's probably going to want to hear who won this. Okay, coming in 5th place in the Clone Wars was Garrett Barker with a time of 22 flat. In 4th place was Eric Nickel with a time of 21.76. In 3rd place, Gary Buxton with a time of 21.48. Tying him in 2nd place, Doug Philbeck with a 21.48. And winning the Clone Wars and the proud new owner of the saw that he'll unveil in a moment is Chad Wilhelm. Yeah! Chad, come on over. Yeah! Pick up your prize for today. How about you open that up now and let everybody know what the clone saw for next year is going to be. Good guess. Good guess. Okay, it appears to be a Forma package.
3 times as fast.
And that is a G372 XP, the Blue Thunder. So 372, that's going to be the clone saw next year. If you need one, you can go over and pick it up at the Farmer Tech booth over there. Chad will be the man to beat next year. Chad, do you have anything to say about your performance today? Yes, that was an incredibly good move. Cutting that oak with those rakers would have been okay. All right, now we've got some additional prizes to hand out here. So we did tabulate overall points today. The clone saw and the wild thing were not included in that. Competitors earned 10 points for a first place finish, down to 1 point for a 10th place finish. So we tabulated all of those numbers, and we have some overall prizes as well as a chain to give away for that. And we went down to 4th place with our Sawfest. And we also have a champion trophy and some medals for the Wild Thing placing. Let's do the Wild Thing rundown first. We just saw it. I think we know who won. Yes, we know who won. Bodie, very proud of this victory.
Hey, Matt. What do you call it?
Okay, there.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Okay, we have medals for 3rd and 2nd place in the Wild Thing and a trophy for 1st place. Oh, they get medals as well? Okay, so 2nd and 3rd place was a tie between Doug Philbeck and Gary Buxton. Please come up and take your hardware. Doug, very proud of his finish. Gary Buxton. Okay, now let's go to the. Okay, we'll get some pictures of each of those finishes. Okay, Chad has his Clone Wars, so let's get Chad, Gary, and Doug a picture with their prizes. Where is Chad? Where did Chad? Chad, get your saw. We're gonna get some pictures, bud. Anywhere's fine out there.
No, I bought that on David. You can afford that.
Okay, now for the Wild Thing. We've got top 3 places there. In 3rd place for the Wild Thing was Joe Harkness with a time of 11.44. In 2nd place with a time of 8.54, Eric Nickel. Now, I think I gave the stopwatch time out there, but upon further review, Eric was 8.54. And Bodie was 8.53 for 1st place. It was 1/100th of a second between 1st and 2nd place.
Free sticker with any purchase.
Everything is correct, and we've tabulated the scores, and we have the top 4 finishers will get prizes today. Yeah, so the overall points were calculated based upon your finishes in all of the events, excluding the Clone Wars and Wild Thing. We didn't include those because those weren't even If you can hear me okay, in 4th place overall was Ethan Trainer with a total of 32 points. Okay, and Ethan takes home a 4th place trophy and a chain, which was donated by Jeremy Cole at Razor Sharp Chains. I think Ethan left. Well, he finished 4th, just ahead of Doug Philbeck. Sorry, it was close. And you were together in the barrel split, so you couldn't. That wouldn't even have helped you. No. 3rd place, 4 points. Well done, Garrett. Overall today was Brennan Cass with a total of 35 points. Well done, Brennan. Okay, and again, the winners from today, they've got a chain donated by Jeremy Cole, as well as a trophy. And the winner of the 2022 Sawfest today is Ken Freeman. Ken.
Yeah, I think it might hit that maple.
Ken had a total of 52 points today. I tried to sabotage him with poor partners today, but it didn't work out. Congratulations to everybody, and thank you everybody for coming out today. Of course, we're going to hang out, probably have a little bit more food and beverage of choice here. You're welcome to hang around. We're probably going to shut things down around 30-ish. So we'll stop running songs then, so the neighbors don't get angry. Doug, now, did you say please?
Everyone give a round of applause for Grant and Mandy today. They did an awesome job.
Thank you, Doug. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, again, thank you everyone for coming out. Just so you know, next year we're looking at a larger venue so we can accommodate more competitors. I'm getting access to a wood turning lathe, so we'll have hopefully lathe turned wood next year, be a little more balanced, and we'll have all that done ahead of time. So stay in touch on the Sawfest website, on the Facebook page, and we'll have more information as we get closer to next year. But again, thank you for everyone coming out. I think we had almost a dozen different states and 2 countries today, people here on site. So thank you again for coming, everybody. Appreciate it.
I'm talking to you guys. I'm not today.
You guys want to go? You want to follow the better? Yeah, I'm watching.
Okay, I'm firing this saw up, but I don't have the wood for it. I got at least cut with it once.
That's an archer out of the box. Hey, I'm getting ready to get out of here. Well, new archer looks different than they're probably copying that. That's this? That would have been size of a 200 up. Oh, no. Wow.
Oh, that? I would have been second place if I would have ran that ball. Guaranteed.
Yeah. Live and learn.
What do you do?
Maybe you get first next year.
I made it this far. That was fun. I learned a ton.
Gear up to 681.
Yeah. Maybe. But you need a better chain. There's a lot. You need to find out.
Right, I'll start studying all stuff.
Find out from them what you can do, because there's a bunch of work that can be done to make round chain fast.
If I need to start switch on,
and then I'll put up the lights, don't do that then.
Done?
Oh, there it is. I'm like, somebody fucking stole my pole star. They found it. Laying around. I thought you said you would.
What's that? Oh.
Hey, nice meeting you, bud.
Hey, you Josh. Dang, I saw I couldn't hang out more, dude.
Oh, you're good, dude. Competing and trying to do.
Yeah, I get it.
All the stuff that, yeah, man. Seriously, man, you're not far away. We got to get together.
I got to do this next year.
Oh, you got to, man. See, it's fun, man.
Hell yeah.
You know.
It gets boring sitting on your ass.
You run us all the time. I know you do well.
All the time. For a living.
Yep.
Hey, it was nice meeting you, bud.
You too, bud. He lives around here, especially if those stuff are. Oh, God. Walking in the rain is great. I can't believe this sucker turned up so good. That might have to So what'd you get overall? 6? Yeah, I would definitely been a second. If I would have. Living learn happy. I can't be happy. I mean, I don't think. But yeah, I got. These are fun. That's what I like about building them. And that was always my claim. You might not win a race, but you'll make somebody nervous. And you can sit down. That's right. That's the thing. Yeah. That is. It's awesome. I call it wood sport. We're going to the wood sport. Yeah. The opposite of what everybody's supposed to do. Yeah. Not racy at all.
Hey guys, we're
gonna cut off here if you can see me. That's this cool little medal though. So anyway, thanks for watching if you're still there. See y'all.